think I need to stick to a Tuesday ride. Every time I come out on a Thursday, it's bloody windy and wet. But that's okay. The main thing is I'm out. There's no real criteria for a ride, is there? You know, just going to come out and ride my bike. Simple as. Yeah, we're not going to get involved in that. Cars have to pay here, so they don't just whiz them through quickly. I pay as I get on the ferry, or we can buy a ticket at the ticket office over there if it's open. On the way back, you have to buy a ticket actually on the ferry, unless you've got a return, obviously. Oh, look at that, there's a shadow on my right hand side. I do fear that that's because there is a thinning of the cloud in one specific spot, not everywhere. But let's be positive. That's still a good thing, isn't it? There's always vans, cars and that here that you would expect to have been here overnight. Did they come over on the first ferry? They don't look like it. I mean, there's lots of curtains drawn and things like that, so maybe if you get your National Trust membership, everybody turns a blind eye. I don't know. Because you're allowed to park for free, aren't you, on all the National Trust sites, if you have membership. They're in a hurry. I'm not surprised. It's not too bad actually, the turnaround time on the ferry. Yeah, it's a bit frustrating if you just see it pulling away, but it's okay. They sort of stick to a schedule in the mornings or at quiet times. I'm not sure what they do in the summer, because the queue can stretch in many directions for a long, long way. And yeah, there is a chance that they'll just crack on, fill up, go, you know. That's the way it always used to work. Yeah, very windy. Not pushing too hard into the wind. This is fine. 300 watts, 15 miles an hour. I'm okay with that. I can do that for a while. It's going to be some downhill, some uphill, lots of uphill actually, coming up soon, so I won't have to do 300 watts for long. I could actually end up doing considerably more for a little while, but that's okay. That's cycling, isn't it? I'm not sure whether I actually know how to interpret the power numbers when I'm on the road, but I've got the heart rate lights turned off at the minute on the head unit. Yeah, I don't need that. I'm quite good at riding by feel, I think. ChatGPT seems to think, you know, my inability to stick to numbers that I'm given on an endurance or a training or a, you know, a hard ride, whatever, it just shows that I'm far better off being just left to it, ride on feel, and conditions, of course. Yeah, some of us are more scientifically minded, let's say. I'm not. I'm more sort of physically minded, I suppose. If you've got a scientific mind, calculations going, then probably the numbers are the way to go for you. I'm sure many riders do that. They know exactly how much energy they've taken in. They know their weight, you know, to within 100 grams, maybe even finer than that. And yeah, so they're constantly just working out their requirements, speed, effort, distance, range, that sort of thing while they're going along. Yeah, that's not me. Into the village of Studland. All uphill from here. Well, you know, up to the top. What we got? Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm going to conserve energy today, but with Mallorca coming up soon, I certainly don't want to injure myself or do anything too stupid, heroic. End up getting to Mallorca tired. Yeah, that'd be annoying, wouldn't it? That said, the warmer weather and smooth roads and fantastic views do somehow seem to, yeah, pep one up, let's say. So, like I said on the ferry, there isn't really a criteria or a target for these rides I do in the mornings. It's usually like, do I get lots of hills in today? Going to Mallorca, mountains. Just practice, bit of muscle memory, sitting in the seat, pedaling for long periods of time, that kind of thing. Certainly not focused on speed. That's why you won't see me come out and do efforts and, you know, splits and laps and things like that. Your Norwegian 4x4s, oh, pardon me. Yeah. Bit of flapjack there. Yeah, your Norwegian 4x4s can right off. That's for people who live in the flatlands, and even then I would suggest they go out and ride into the wind. Oh, bike sounds good actually today. I waxed the chain on the last ride, just before the last ride. I always feel like it takes a mile or so to loosen off and sort of bed in. And now we're on the second ride. Yeah, feels great. Let's have that one. Another opportunity to sit in the small ring, winch myself to the top. Bit more muscle memory again. Just teach the body, the lungs, the legs to work together for longer periods than usual. You can see I'm into the wind here with the leaves blowing towards me. Adds a little bit of yeah, extra, let's say. Extra what? I don't know. You could say toughness, I suppose, but you know, it's not really what it's about, is it? But I do think there's an amount of what you get used to. So if there is a little bit of extra difficulty, yeah, let's call it that, then it helps you acclimatise, is that the right word? Helps you get used to it. There is, of course, the argument that the energy saved on the hills gives you more for everywhere else. It's not all about pace, is it? Average speed. GCN will tell you different. I'm quite happy to save the energy on the hills, enjoy them, you know, keep them within my capability, and then feel better everywhere else. Nearly at the top. I think it's like everything. Depends what you want. If you want to beat your average speed, then yeah, you need to go faster in the slow bits, don't you? Because the fast bits, you're probably going near your maximum anyway. If you want to extend your range, then yeah, save energy in the hard bits. I don't know that I'm doing that today. So, oh, it's just a crow. We have seen the white-tailed eagle out here in the past, so it's always good to sort of just keep an eye open. I think there might even be a couple of mating pairs now. Not sure, it's all good news anyway. It's obviously enough food and hunting here and on the Isle of Wight to sustain them. Well, I do have a car back, but he's holding back, so no big deal. Right, there we go. Off you go, chap. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, so no criteria for these rides when I go out in the mornings. The only thing I would say is I tend to, I just do that bit, see how I feel, and then I'll just do that bit, see how I feel. That's kind of how it works, in my mind anyway. I certainly break it up into sections because a lot of the riding around here is quite diverse. So I know this first sort of 30 miles is going to be hilly. Yeah, a lot of up and down, rolly bits, steep long climbs, and then we'll hit the flatlands out to Dorchester. No hills really to speak of. And then from there it starts to get lumpy again. Yeah, so no definite route, no definite plan in place. Just the idea of a few places that I'd like to include. And then we'll take it from there. Nothing coming. Cool. 9-barrow on the right hand side. Really quite bumpy at the moment. Much more scary coming down than going up. Yeah, when you say to people, oh, we climb up 9-barrow, it's like, really? It's really bumpy and technical. Well, yeah, but when you're going slow, bumpy and technical's not too difficult. When you're coming down and gravity really has got hold of you and the brakes are screaming and glowing red hot. All right, over dramatization, I know. Yeah, that can be quite scary. It's like the farmyard climb, very, very lumpy. So yeah, you got to be careful going up. You got to miss all the objects, obstacles. But on the way down, yeah, much scarier, much harder. You see things much later. Half the time your wheel's off the ground bumping over stuff, so the brakes aren't really a help. The kind of descent where you definitely need full suspension, try and keep the tyres on the ground. Might include a little bit of gravel in today's ride. Depends, let's see what happens from Dorchester. So I might head out to the North Dorset Trailway. Or depending on this weather, I don't think it's going to rain a lot. Oh God, why did I say that? Yeah, just around daybreak you get this sort of mizzle. Hoping it won't turn into drizzle and then rain. hopefully it will just, as the temperature rises, it will just pass. We'll see. It's supposed to be about 9 degrees at the minute. Could go up to 14, so I am in shorts. Yeah, starting out in shorts, and actually because the wind's coming from the west, it's reasonably warm, as in it's the same temperature, no real wind chill to speak of. I'm going to say this is still mizzle. Come on, let's be positive. Oh yeah, it's much wetter down here actually. I actually think that this is all part of it. Going out in adverse conditions and that. Again, I don't want to use the word tough, because I don't believe that for a minute, but I think it's what you're used to. You know? If you can literally weather the storm, as it were, then you know what to expect. You know how it's going to feel. There's no surprises because you've been through it before, you've done it. Oh, that comes out still. I did tighten the pedals this morning. Drive side cleat still comes out. I'm going to have to be careful with that. There's going to be some hills today, so yeah, so even though this is less than ideal, I'm quite happy to ride through it. Oh yeah. There we go. Either this weather has now settled in for the day, or it is calming down. I should have put my rear mudguard back on, shouldn't I? It did say 25% chance of rain, but not until 11 o'clock. And I don't believe that this wet on the road here is just from what we've had coming down the hill. I would suggest it's been raining here for a while. Let's hope it's a little bit localised and we'll get out the other side. Well, she's a bit close behind, but I don't think she's looking to overtake. Well, you would hope not, anyway. Not here. Yeah, we're good. She's gone the other way. So she was just in a little bit of a hurry because she knew she was going to turn off any moment. Well, I'm glad I put my gloves on. I wasn't going to. Okay, so back out of Swanage. We will go up the hill at Langton Matravers and then out to Kingston, Corfe. Not sure, Corfe. Will we go Lulworth? There's always a hill worth doing, isn't it? Up Creech, down into Lulworth, turn around, come back out again. Is this training? I was going to say, from a training point of view, I always think training is something you do against a stopwatch. But I guess you could argue that I'm actually, yeah, I think you could. I think you could argue that I'm actually training endurance here. So it is training. It is learning to put up with adversity from weather, wind, sometimes road conditions, different surfaces. So yeah, I'll give in on that one. It is a training of sorts. Just not the training that we probably think about generally. About speed and power. Is there a reason for that? I suppose there is. I know that at 58 there's always going to be somebody faster, fitter, you know, can ride further. Yeah. There's no way that that cannot be the case. I'm just a bloke that's just retired, rides his bike 3 times a week, if that. There are plenty of others in my age group that go out there and smash it, take part in endurance events. Yeah. So I've certainly got no, I don't know, aspiration, is that the right word, to be the best. I suppose I could say I want to be the best I can be. I don't think that's true either, actually. I think I'd much rather be good enough to do and enjoy the things I want to do in life. I don't really need to measure myself against others. Because that gives you targets, doesn't it? That gives you things that you do need to train for. And actually, I just want to, you know, climb up Sacalobra without feeling absolutely wasted at the end of the day. Be able to go out every other day, climb up to a monastery or top of Puig Mayor. You know, without an awful lot of effort and feeling destroyed. I know there's that thing about it doesn't get easier, you just ride faster. I don't agree with that. I think we all, to some extent, ride within our capabilities, don't we? My heart rate is 142, so a bit more room there. If I wanted some more gears, wanted to really go for it, I say really go for it, I'd probably only get, oops, right, let's do this, probably only get an extra half a mile an hour for all that effort, so I'm quite happy to stay comfortable. Right, that should quieten down now. We're out of the narrow bits. Bit of headwind though, no doubt. Oh, not too bad actually. That's usually the first place it hits you, coming out from behind the wall there. Yeah, not too bad. That's all right. Of course, Julie and I rode across here not that long ago. Yeah, the wind was pretty strong. I think I came out here, didn't I? On my own, again a Thursday. Wind was horrendous. But again, just riding, you know, through the adversity, it does make you more adaptable to situations, I think, that can occur. If you can say, this is just like that time, XYZ, it gives you a type of confidence, doesn't it? To just get it done, see it through. Oh yeah, I can feel the wind now. Okay. Back in the big ring. That's better. Right, a bit of recovery. Yeah, so the wind's sort of there. So not a full-on blockhead wind. And at the moment, I do have the occasional hedge to hide behind. That won't last for long. Yeah, sort of getting away with it at the moment. Yeah, the hedges are thickening up, of course, because it's the spring. Much more green now. You can't see through them anymore. Helps deflect the wind a bit more. Yeah, you still feel it in these little gaps, but not nearly as bad. You've only got to look at the trees over here to see which way the wind blows. You can see they all bend that way. So I'm getting some yeah, good protection from the hedges at the minute. I don't think I can get low enough here. Oh. Whew. I don't know if you can hear that on the mic. That is strong. But again, a little bit off to the side, so not a blockhead wind. And slightly downhill, so, you know, small mercies and all that. I ought to do this this ride in the other direction as well. I think the way I look at it is that the hills in the other direction are a little shallower, not quite such a test. I mean, this one we're about to go down here, yeah, that is a tough one. Yeah, this is in the other direction, it is. But all the others, like up out of Wool and yeah, towards, what's the name of the place? I can't think of the name of the place, but the road where I thought I heard something behind me there. Yeah, the place where Alpe d'Huez, you know, the single hairpin of Alpe d'Huez, that sort of area. Yeah, the climb is long and shallow. That said, it's still good for endurance, isn't it? A long, draggy climb. So maybe in the summer I'll turn it round when, you know, training that endurance for climbing. I've said the word training again, haven't I? Yeah, when that isn't such a big deal. Or foremost in my mind, I don't know about big deal, is any of it a big deal? Again, I'm just a bloke out on his bike. But right, there is a car back. I thought there was, I just couldn't see it. I don't know, they didn't have their lights on. They must have done. I mean, you know, daytime running lights and all that these days. But no. Right, ease, traction, friction, physics, please stay on my side. So in theory, at this moment, I should have a sort of side tailwind. Okay. So, I should, in theory, just about squeeze over the top here in the big gear, but there's no need for any of that rubbish, is there? So let's use the gears, that's what they're for. There we go. It's all right, isn't it? Shame about the view. Nothing behind me. Right. Should be some traffic, I would have thought. Oh, good. There's a van with a trailer going to overtake us in a minute. But we're good. taking the piss? This is, of course, the main road to Swanage from Wareham. It does get busy, picks up the school kids, of course. Right, what we got? No, we're clear. I don't really want this car to try and squeeze past me. There's nowhere to overtake here. I mean, they haven't done anything to make me think they will. Yeah, this is wet here. I mean, it's running down the road, so they've had rain here for a while. Decent of him. Okay, here we go. Not too worried about traction now. I feel like the sky's getting brighter actually. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, it's only a bike, they'll be slow. Right. Funny that, isn't it? It's only rained when we've come down out of the hills. Now, do we go outdoors or do we go creech? If we go outdoors, we sort of miss out Lulworth unless we turn left, take the long route into Lulworth. I think we'll take the chance on the ranges. Should be open, I'd have thought. Yeah, good to get the upper body moving actually. A little bit chilly around the shoulders. Wearing a neck buff. I'm glad I put that on. Again, I did think about it. Gloves and neck buff, is it too much? It's going to be 14 degrees later apparently. But I thought to myself, both of them can fit into pockets. So let's just take them. Glad I did. I can see blue. I'm looking up to the west and I can see blue, and that is coming our way. Even if it's not, it's coming our way. Now it may be that the clouds will hang around the top of the ridges here for the time being, but when we do turn inland, we should be good. All right. Another thing I'm glad of, not that it's kept my feet warm, or sorry, wet, or dry even. I know what I mean. Getting my mucking words fuddled. Anyway, yeah, I've got shoe covers on. The aero ones, again, an extra layer to keep the wind out, because all cycling shoes pretty much have ventilation holes in them, don't they? All right, everything's open by the look of it. We'll keep going. Yeah, cycling shoes tend to be ventilated, don't they? So these thin, stretchy rubber, whatever they are, supposedly aero shoe covers. No, nothing behind me. Yeah, are ideal, because even though they're certainly not waterproof. Hello, yeah, well done. They're certainly not waterproof, but what they are is windproof, and that's sort of what I want. That's it, that's better. I needed an extra gear there, didn't I? I need to concentrate. There we go. I do apologise for any chewing sounds. Blue sky. Shh, don't say anything. Birdies. Yep, here we are. Well, I don't think we've had a single car behind us now, have we? Not for some time. Yeah, I don't mind that. Let's do it. Yeah. Thought we might get the odd delivery van or, you know, pickup. Farm vehicle. So far, so good. Oh! Ha! Come on, in the hedge with you, one side or the other. There we go. So there you go, that's one tiny bit of adversity dealt with. The rain. The wind, of course, doesn't seem quite as bad when it's not pushing rain in your face. God, look at this. Right. Went out for a little run last night. Yeah, you heard it. 3 miles, just over. Nothing too excessive. Slow pace, tight quads. They're still not used to running. That said, I haven't been out for at least a month, maybe more than that, running. I don't know if I ever want to get used to it, but as ChatGPT says, what you've done when he's talking to me is you've found a frictionless way of getting exercise and staying local in a short amount of time. I think what he means is it's easy. Put your shoes on and walk out the door. Not like cycling. Oh, they've been shorn. Wow. Yeah. So the baby lambs, you can probably hear them, are out. And the adults have been shorn. So the farmers are confident of the weather. Or the temperature at least. Yeah, lambing, goats, cattle, quite a big thing in our house at the moment. Julie subscribes to some farm streams on YouTube, and yeah, it's all kicking off at the minute, isn't it? Yeah. So over the winter, most of the animals are in, of course, getting fed, that sort of thing. Work is progressing, getting ready for the spring, maintenance, planning, that sort of thing. And now, yeah, lots of lambing, lots of baby goats. I don't suppose it'll be long before it'll be the cows calving. And yeah, there's always something going on, I guess, on a farm, isn't there? And if there isn't, there's always something that can be. You see where the grass is. Yeah, that's the wind. Not that windy right now, actually. A lot less wind than earlier. Nearly there. I can see the flagpole. No red flag. Means the gate will be open. Huh. Well, I didn't see that flag. Maybe it was turned away from me. I'm sure there wasn't a flag a minute ago. Anyway, the signs down the road said it was open. So let's not worry about it. Oh no, he has just put it up. Or she has just put it up. It's not my imagination at all. Yeah, it's alright, she's put her thumb up. We're good. Does probably mean the gate will shut in a minute. Oh, that's my phone. Julie felt she needed to tell me some news. I was able to reassure her that I think that's fine, but to be prepared, get information together ready for a certain situation. Yeah, so fingers crossed. All will end well on that particular problem. It's funny, isn't it? Modern life has become all about admin. Once upon a time, you went to work, you saved your money, yeah, you retired, and that was it. Life was easy, wasn't it? But these days with self-assessment and different things going on, honestly, it has. It's become about admin. Anyway, onwards. I think we're good. Of course, the great thing about the UK is that government departments are very helpful, even if you don't necessarily like the outcome. They're always polite, they're always, just very helpful, never rushed, never sort of judgmental. They just tell it like it is. This is what it is, this is this is what's happened, these are the rules, this is what we're going to look at now. I think we live in a world where the quicker you learn that jumping up and down is going to get you nowhere, the better off you'll be in the end. I think once upon a time, when you were face to face with your bank manager, maybe you could intimidate him a little bit. Not really my style, but I know people who have. But of course, that doesn't happen anymore. That's not how it's done now. Let's have some brakes and thumbings. has been quiet today, hasn't it? I might be shouting a bit because I can't hear anything. Nothing behind me. Bumps. Look at that. Lulworth Castle in the sun over there. You probably can't see it. Probably still can't see it. We are at least heading towards the sun. Another landmark vehicle. I'm assuming Landmark are a contractor for the MOD. Just a lady that was putting the flag up had a Landmark vehicle. There we go, Lulworth Castle. Went to a classic car show there once. Yeah, it's a lovely area, nice place. Never really had any reason to go there again, I'll be honest. I don't know if it's privately owned, MOD or National Trust. I don't really know much about it, but it is like a proper old-fashioned castle with lots of round turrets, or it looks like it. Anyway, from a distance. All clear, I think. Yeah, all clear. Right, this always gets a little bit, but I'm going to do that. This is usually about 5%. Sort of goes 4, 5, 4, 5. A little bit less every now and then. Up to the top here. So I'm not sort of getting a small ring. Just winch myself up. Again, just training the body, bit of muscle memory, sat in the seat, keep pedaling, get the muscles used to the idea, get the heart and lungs used to the idea. Long periods without rest, isn't it? I mean, yeah, you can ease off, but unless you stop, you've still got to keep pedaling. And seeing as a lot of the climbs in Mallorca are sort of 6-7%, even long draggy ones like this are useful. Yeah, it's easing off now. 3%. Quite a draggy surface, actually. That's got to be worth an extra percent, hasn't it? Pedestrians in the road. I'd say it's actually one. Maybe one gear too many there. Again, the nuances of an 1134 cassette. Yeah, a couple of places in the block where the jump is big. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Yep. There's a car behind me now, but we're way off yet. Well, if he's going to come past, he's going to have to really go for it. No, he's hanging back. Can't mean me. No, I was right within the speed limit there, definitely. Right, what have we got? All clear. That blue sky. How good is this? Yeah, another village you might see on a shortcake tin. He got fed up. Fortunately, he's high enough to see over the hedge, so no real issue there, not with me anyway. Right, open for breakfast apparently, that place. I ain't got time for that. It's supposed to be going slow and deliberate today. Hasn't been particularly slow and deliberate, I don't think. Not particularly fast either. Well, I don't think we'll be matching our speed going back up the hill. Yeah, so a new issue, let's say, with losing weight has come to light, and that is that because the camera doesn't sit on top of my potbelly anymore, every now and then I bump it with my thigh. Yeah, especially if I'm head down into the wind or in the drops. All these new things. So I'm in 2-2. I probably could get to the top in that, but it would be an effort, wouldn't it? Let's do that. Go into 1-3 and just wind ourselves up. Again, calm, deliberate. Yeah, muscle memory, not effort, not fitness, muscle memory. Harden up the backside as well. Yeah. Ooh, that sun is now hot. Wow. I have to take the neck buff off shortly. Obviously, we will get to the top of the climb first. I should have taken it off at the bottom, shouldn't I? That's better. So 1-3. Is that my chosen gear for this? I don't know whether it is or not. I don't usually take that much notice. Eight 8.5%. Legs know about that. They're not terrible. Maybe a slightly harder gear than I would normally choose, but certainly not. Well, still 65 RPM. Okay with that. Anything in the 60s seems to work. I do want the muscles to work hard. I don't care about energy efficiency. Again, not a race. There is no criteria. Speed limit, pace limit, target, you know? This is just riding. So all it is, slow, deliberate, calm. So nearly up to 80 RPM now. Probably have another gear. So we're in 1.6 now. Certainly the worst of the climb is done. There is a little bit of a ramp in a minute, not much, but only for about 100 yards. Reasonably flat just here. Okay, grade is only 2 at the gate there. As you can see ahead, it just kicks up a little bit. So I'm going to stay in the gear. Slightly higher cadence. Hopefully, where the national speed limit sign is, it'll start to flatten out. Pick up some speed and just hit that last little ramp. Oh, this is glorious. That sun is warm. Nice. You can probably see the ramp. Doesn't last long. That is the crest, just ahead of us. Pretty much flat from there. And then it's a long downhill into wool. There we go. Back in the big ring. %. Just going to dip over 2 for a little bit, but this is the top. Could have done with getting here 10 minutes later actually. The road would have been dry. Bit of a rooster tail out the back actually. And certainly water flicking up in my face at the front. But gravity has taken hold. Right, 2,860 feet so far. Still nothing behind. Yeah, going well. Not too much side wind either, so yeah, I feel solid, confident. Not gusty today. That's always a blessing, isn't it? Oh well, so much for slow and deliberate. Is that lorry reversing out? No, but cars can't see through it, so I can't see anything underneath. No, we're good. Holes. Yeah, I could just see through the axles. I couldn't see anything coming. Of course, I make a much smaller silhouette. So even if a car did think to look through under the axles, they still might not see me if I was behind the wheel. It's alright, it's just normal human overthinking. One day it'll come in useful. Hasn't really up till now, in 58 years. Oh, hello. He's actually stopping. Yeah, we're good. Woo. Yeah, so flat for a bit. Probably into the wind. Definitely flat. I'm expecting the camera battery to run out soon, so I will have to stop, which is a shame. Might be the ideal opportunity to get rid of the neck buff. That said, it's certainly not as warm now as it was a minute ago. No train today. There is an Audi though, and that's worse. Oh, 2 Audis. Bloody hell. What can I say about that? Cafe, road closed. What was going on down here? I can't remember. Anyway, whatever's happening down here, at the very worst, we turn around and come back, don't we? We go up through Bovington Camp. That's fine. It's very rare that road closures are actually closed for pedestrians. So at the very worst, we could be getting off our bike and walking for a bit. But like I say, if there is no way through, we'll turn around, go up through Bovington. It is actually probably slightly hillier route up through Bovington, so we could add in a couple of 1,000 feet. No, not that much. It's rolly, yeah, so we could add in a few 100 feet probably, but I don't know. I don't mind a bit of zigzagging, but this is the route I had in mind when I got to Lulworth, so let's give it a go. We've got options if we need them. Yeah, pretty dry here actually. It obviously has rained, but yeah, if this breeze stays like this, dry up in no time. It is only a breeze, or it is at the moment, let's put it that way. Earlier on it was a bit stronger, but now we're inland, it's just a breeze. You can see the trees are moving about a bit, but down here it's not too bad. Right, what are they doing? They're putting a new water main by the look of it. Maybe gas. Anyway, looks like mains something is being put in, and I think we're through. That's it, yep. So we're good. A little bit draggy this road. It's quite flat, don't get me wrong. It's not hilly. A couple of little peaks in it, but road surface is draggy. And even though the head unit is saying 0%, it does flick between 0% and 0% green. So it knows that there's something going on here. It only has to inquire to my legs and they will set it straight should it need extra information. So yeah, so it's gone to 1.4 here. Doesn't look like anything, does it? It's gone to 2, but it looks flat, but your legs just know it's there. Now we're back down again. You can feel the downhill. So there's a little bit more to this road than you think, even though most people would argue that it's flat. Train! That sounds like the express. That wasn't stopping, was it? Car back. Blind summits, you see. So still nothing to sort of write home about. But blind summits. You know, the word summit says that there's some uphill involved. Da 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 da. Up we go. Use the gears. Slow and deliberate. Stay calm. There we go. Water. There you go. Okay, no, nothing behind me. Up we go, bit of bum rest. There it is. I've told you about Fidlock, haven't I? Yeah, let's not go over that again. We're going well. I'm leaning the bike over into the wind a bit. Not really a headwind. Not really buffeting, which is nice. It's not gusty, like I said a minute ago. Constant. So no big deal. Keeps it manageable, doesn't it? Again, one of those little adversities to overcome and just keep going. Stay calm, no panic. Yeah. Walled garden. That was our destination in a recent video. Yeah, Julie chose the vegan sausage roll. Well, we both did actually. Yeah, it wasn't great. I didn't mind it too much. Yeah, Julie didn't like it at all. That's sometimes the way, isn't it? These things are not the real thing. So you're already on to a loser. And then really it's just whether it's a decent approximation or not, isn't it? I guess some people would choose it because of the ethics. We chose it because it looked nice. They didn't have any proper sausage rolls. But yeah, it didn't really hit the spot, let's just say that. I've got the head unit on the climbing page, and I must admit there's a part of me that is itching to look at the average speed on the main page, but I'm going to resist because that is not what today is about. I've already said that. I mean, I'm only doing, what, 15, well, even less than that, 14 miles an hour at the moment. Or maybe it's because I'm under the trees. So I do feel like I'm going quicker than that. Oh, it says 20 now. Yeah, it says 15 again, I don't know. It's all over the place, isn't it? I guess the trees interfere with the signal, I don't know. Oh! We're definitely going more than 12. That said, this is a very rough road surface, this one. So it probably feels a bit faster than it actually is. And I am certainly into what wind there is. Right, definitely need to stop at this one. Nothing behind me. Always worth a look when you're going to stop, obviously. There goes one. Good that way. Yeah, we're good. We're okay. Right, surface gets a bit smoother here, which is nice. Yeah, so the drivetrain's starting to get a little bit noisy now, and that is the problem with waxing. Once you take it out in the wet, it can start knocking it off. So it's sounding a bit wheezy. But that's okay. I'll do it again when I get home. I mean, we're 2 weeks, about a week and a half from leaving from Mallorca at the moment. So we're nearly at the point where I need to strip it down, clean it, get it all working. I noticed that the bearings in the bottom bracket are a little bit rumbly. Still solid, no play. So I don't know whether to change them or not. So I haven't made my mind up on that. That's that thing, isn't it? If it ain't broke, you know, I certainly don't think it'll be a problem. Well, I could just chuck a couple of bearings in the bag. I mean, I do have spares. But if I'm going to go that far, it sort of suggests that I'm not confident to go without them, so I might as well change them. We'll see. I'll see how I feel when the time comes. I mean, it really is a 5-minute job. It'd be good to get a test ride, get it all done, test ride, make sure everything's working. It'll all be fine. Yeah, I'd hate to get out there and find something that doesn't work because I didn't take it for a test ride. I mean, like I've never done that before, ever. Oh dear. Yeah, that's all right when you're 5 minutes from your front door. Not so good when you're in Mallorca. And you have to, well, I'll have enough tools with me for most things. Bikes are pretty simple machines, aren't they? Let's be honest. Yeah, there are some pretty specialist tools for certain things, but let's be honest, this bike doesn't have anything like that. Yeah, it's got internal routing. You don't need any special tools for it. Yeah, so I'm okay. I'm okay with having to fix things while we're away. Both bikes actually pretty straightforward. Neither of them are overcomplicated. Yeah, Julie's bike is mostly internally routed. Not completely. And of course, it's got wireless shifting, so there is only the brake pipes from the levers, and its internal to the stem, and then just a little loop back into the frame, and a little loop down into the fork, and then it's all internal from there. I could convert it, but I'd have to buy a new fork which had the routing holes for an internally routed brake pipe. Yeah, because the one on there at the moment definitely isn't. Yeah, there's plenty of room in the headset actually for internal routing on Julie's bike. Yeah, it's just that front fork. I wouldn't be able to internally route the front brake pipe. So I've never sort of done it. So I thought it was pointless. Just hiding one pipe and leaving the other one out. I mean, she's never likely to be in a situation where she needs a new fork. So may as well stay as it is. Now this is much nicer now, much drier. It's not warmer, it has to be said. That early appearance of the sun, yeah, there doesn't seem to be an encore just now. But yeah, at least it's dry. Whee, he's a big one. I assume that camera is still running. Yep. Yeah, when I'm into the wind like this, I don't always hear it bleep. Woo! Oh, windy through there. Well, what wind there is, I am dead into it now. Woo-wee. And we're back. Right, there you go. We're back. Legs are warming up again. Nearly into Dorchester. I've got a couple of choices here. Dorchester, coffee. Don't know. Not sure how I feel. I feel fine actually. I got plenty of fuel on me. I certainly don't need food. I've got 200 grams of newly made flapjack this morning. Standard recipe. Extra sugar, lower fat. Added protein powder. I had rice with ham and egg in it before I left. So could have been just full-on rice with some veg, but no, I don't mind a bit of fat. I've never been scared of fat. Okay, come on then, get on with it. No, don't sit there and wait for, come on. Jesus. You know, they're obviously a little bit impatient, aren't they? So I don't really want them behind me looking to overtake. If you're going to inconvenience people, fine, but yeah, get on with it. Don't inconvenience them and then be annoying. Oh, we're doing all right, aren't we? Yeah, so I'm definitely going to go down to Coffee One. There's a water bottle filling station there. I will finish what's in the bottle. I have had some, so there's not that much left. And I shall refill it for the return leg. Now, whether I have a coffee as well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think calories are going to be an issue today. I can probably pretty much have what I want. So, 15, 30, 60. Yeah, I've got a decent amount of calories on me, not enough to completely fuel the ride, I wouldn't have thought, but certainly enough to keep me going. See me to the end. That won't be an issue. I'll see what I feel like when I get there. Again, no criteria for this ride. It's not a no stop or a one stop or a three stop. It's just a ride. I knew I was going to have to stop to change the battery. I'll probably have to stop, change it again. So I wasn't planning on making it non-stop. But I was definitely didn't have an amount of stops or stopping points in mind. Ooh-wee. Yeah, a bit gusty along here. Haven't really had that so far. But of course it could be the traffic swirling up the wind. A couple of big lorries there, weren't there? Yeah, good. Of course, as the spring progresses, not quite so easy to see through the bushes anymore. Everything's a lot greener, a lot more lush, a lot more leaves, fuller. Looks pretty, obviously. It's all very pleasant, but yeah, it does interfere with vision sometimes. I'm going to get on the road here. Yes, it's busy, but the problem is if you don't get on the road, it's a real faff when you do need to get onto the road up here. You've got to use the crossing. You're on the wrong side, going in the wrong direction. So I'm quite happy to do this 300 yards on the road, just to simplify things. There we go, we're up on the top now. I assume they're going to the tip. Stop looking down. He's looking at something in his lap. I'm going to say phone. I mean, why else would you look down in your lap? Can't imagine. Right, car back. Direction's going straight on. But I've been pretty happy with the heart rate today so far. It's stayed pretty much under control. A couple of places it's peaked because I've not been completely disciplined with my calm and consistent approach. Rear brake's a little bit iffy. I don't know what's going on there. I have bled it. After about 3 weeks, it just starts to get weak. You have to pump it once. It's definitely worse now than it was at the beginning of the ride. I think I do have plenty of calipers, but it might be worth changing it before Mallorca. I'm going to strip the bike down. It's not a big deal to do. Definitely going to have to bleed it anyway. It'd be interesting to know what's going on there. There's a bit of corrosion on that caliper at the back. No surprise really, is it? I mean, it gets covered in shite all through the winter. Maybe some corrosion's got into the joint. There is. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, definitely needs dealing with. I mean, I've got braking. It's not a problem. I do have braking at the back, but it's not going to get better, is it? Let's go around, learn there, but that's okay. They're miles away, and I am getting off here. Copy one. Well, there you go. Decision made. I decided that a coffee wasn't entirely necessary. I've still got another 100 grams of flapjack on me. Not an issue. Sun's come out. Hope it stays out this time. There is still a lot of cloud around. And we'll get a shift on. What are we on? We're on 3,230 feet so far. And around we go. Cat's eyes removed. Really? Not sure you'd have cat's eyes on a road like this, would you? No, there's a national speed limit, so yeah, you would. It's hard to believe that this is ever a 60-mile-an-hour road, isn't it? Of course, a lot of these are traditional. It always was, always has been, so it still is. And until there's incidents, and obviously it won't be changed. Well, it gets a bit rolly through here. I don't think we're going to get a massive amount of climbing in today. I don't think I'm going to go up to Bullbarrow. Obviously things can change. We'll see. But for the moment, that's not the way I'm heading. Or even though I am actually heading that way, obviously. Yeah, I'm not really considering Bullbarrow today. We'll see. We'll see. Everything is open to change. Oh, amazing. I fear the sun is going to disappear again. There's so much cloud up there, but right now, perfect. Fast road, this one. Fortunately not too busy, so yeah, let's hope when the pinch points come and the overtaking maneuvers happen, there's still plenty of room, because it's a pretty wide road. Just looking across the fields, across the hills. Yeah, the yellow fields, like a patchwork. Definitely spring, isn't it? When you get the yellow fields. Incredible. I think there have been bluebells. They might be nearly over, to be honest. We went out on a bluebell ride not that long ago. We found some, but not the thick carpet that we normally get. So either conditions weren't absolutely perfect for them this year, or we were early, maybe slightly early. But the bluebells don't last long, do they? They'll be around for a bit yet, but certainly not as thick as they usually are. I mean, I might have mentioned it, but it's been bloody wet this winter. I don't know if that makes a difference. Not quite sure what bluebells need. Obviously shade. They tend to grow under trees. Must be some warmth involved. A bit of dappled sun, not too much sun. Not quite sure how soggy ground affects them. Woo! I can hear one coming up behind me. Plenty of room though. Do, 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 do. Bumps! What are we on? 2-3. It's about the limit. I like to go to a small ring after that. But we'll get up here. Right, nearly at the top. Now we'll race down to the bottom and follow the piddle for a while. Yeah, they're good. You get on with it, you are. Now, of course, if we were going up to Bullbarrow, we'd turn here, but no, not for me, not today. So it should be reasonably flat for a while, not very. Car up, car back. A little bit rolly through here, but we haven't got to go too far. And then it really does get hilly. bumpy. Go, 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 go. Ooh. Still into the wind, unfortunately. We are going to turn in a minute. Let's hope. No, we are. And let's see how we go from there. It's a bit more hilly. No big ones. But at least we won't be fighting the elements as well. So as you can see, compared to the first bit of this road, it's still up and down, but yeah, it's more rollers than actual hills. There we go. Piddle Trentide. Or is it? No, we haven't got that far yet. Piddle Hinton, my mistake. You'd think I wouldn't actually live out this way, wouldn't you? Yeah. Piddle Hinton. So the Piddle is down in the bottom of the valley there. And as was the case 1,000 years ago, or many hundreds of years ago, settlements were built along rivers and waterways. So you've got the Tarrants that you've seen before on the channel. They're built along the Tarrant, and these are the Piddles, built along the Piddle. Yeah, some beautiful old buildings, isn't there? Obviously they've been converted over the years, turned into accommodation, and then the other buildings that are built in amongst them, been done quite tastefully actually. Old flint building back there. Well, that's a biggie. What have we got? Yeah. Yeah. Perfect timing actually. The road really widened out, didn't it? Just at the right time. Now I am on the road bike, obviously, But there is going to be some gravel today. It's almost unavoidable. I've got two choices. I either go on a very busy road or I take the North Dorset Trailway. The North Dorset Trailway actually is pretty reasonable in most places. Not too bad. There's a few bumpy bits. I might have to just pick my way or slow down a bit. I don't think it'll be too wet. I don't think there'll be too many puddles. We'll have to see. But when it's said and done, I would rather slow down and get mucky than take the main road, because yeah, it's either that or the 350 or the 357. Yeah, neither of those options are particularly enticing, it has to be said. We'll have to see. But anyway, that's a ways off yet. I haven't got to worry about that just yet. Got some back roads to deal with yet. And actually today I'm pretty much doing it all off memory, so we could end up anywhere. That said, I haven't got to be back for anything. I think Julie had a physio appointment this morning. She's got a chemo survivors sort of health keep fit group, and she's socialising tonight. She's out with her craft group. No doubt she'll be crocheting and stuff like that. Alright, here we go. This is Piddle Trentide, I'm pretty sure. Jaspers, Hair and Beauty. Of course. I would think most of the people in the UK know what a Jasper is. Yeah, I think it was one of the favourites of Jethro, comedian from these areas, these parts as it were. It's just the way he said it. The bloody great Jasper. Cern Abbas. That's where the giant is with the big, thing. Let's leave it at that. We've ridden out there before. Right, here we go. I hate going up here from this direction. Right, we're heading to Plush. Right, I'm just going to go into one. Oh, I'm in three actually. 1, 3. There you go. Head unit's catching up now. We're in 1, 1. It just took a while to catch up. That's a shame, so I was just thinking Oh good, I could do with another gear. There you go, what was that, 18%? Just topped out. Easing off now. Whew. Wasn't ready for that. You never are. That's one of the things about getting older. Constant energy, no problem. Yeah. Changing up through the gears, heart rate. Yeah. Takes a bit longer these days. But never mind. Nearly at the top. Okay. And here we are. Right, relax. Recover. Oh, got a carnival. A parade, a caravan. I'm assuming there are some kilns or something under there. I've never bothered to find out. Either that or building control were having a bad day. You could almost do with a gravel bike through here. It is bumpy and gravelly. What's that? Yeah. Pheasants. Going for the worms maybe, I don't know. What do pheasants eat? Thank you. Yeah, do pheasants eat worms? Whatever they eat. They seem to like it in that field, didn't they? Right, so going around near plush and mat powder. We found gravel. Thank you. I don't remember. It says no through road. Let's go this way. Might not be a no through road. Hazelby Brian, that sounds more positive. Let's definitely go this way. Yeah, we usually do this route in the other direction, not the bit down to Lulworth. We tend to do this route, bluebells. We tend to do this route. Yeah, this is not like it. Yeah, just around to Dorchester and then the flat route home. And we tend to do it the other way around. Go up the trailway first, stop at the station, tea, sausage roll, whatever. Then this bit across to Dorchester, and then Dorchester to home. So actually this is on, is this the first time I've done it this way? Do you know what, it might be. No, I seem to remember climbing up, yeah, from the Piddle before. So we definitely have done it in this direction, just not often. And probably on the gravel bikes. Actually, definitely on the gravel bikes. Look at that ridge. So that's the ridge that Bullbarrow's on, I'm sure it is. It's got to be, because we sort of skirt around it rather than come up from the back. I could have come up from Dorchester. But I'm looking up there and I'm thinking, yeah, that wasn't necessary, was it? But stick to this. This is very pleasant. Yeah, I think because it's sort of the highest point, if you like, or the biggest climb in the area, it sort of creates an aura of expectation. Fantastic descent. Would I be able to stay calm and deliberate? No, I don't think I would. So this way is a few extra miles, but it's also pleasant, calm. And that's what I'm looking for today. Very quiet, a bit mucky, obviously, as you can see. On any other day, this would still be hard through here. Yeah, it's not a big climb, but these little rises, you know, head down, tail up, pushing hard, it would still be a hard ride. But I think I can say that this will be the last big ride before Mallorca. We leave in 11 days. Yeah, I don't think there's any need. Tapering obviously. Ridiculous, isn't it? 58 years old. Never raced a mile in his life. He's talking about training and tapering. Absolutely bonkers. But yeah, this will be the last big ride before Mallorca. Doesn't mean there won't be others. Shorter, maybe more climbing, I don't know. I don't think so. I think I'm going to be taking it easy from here, from today onwards. I want to get there fresh, I don't want to get there tired. There's quite a lot to sort out in the meantime. I think as long as you're within 2 weeks, you're not going to lose that much fitness. In all honesty, I think actually when you're in Mallorca, if you're there for long enough, you actually ride yourself back into fitness quite quickly. It's that warmth and the thin air, isn't it? It's just amazing. Right, ears open. Stay out a little bit. Yeah, I think that's always a thing that I find amazing. Thin air, even the headwind is sort of fluffy somehow. Doesn't have nearly as much substance to it as a headwind over here. I guess because headwind here is damp, the air is thicker. It does have substance. And of course, lighter clothes, shorts and a t-shirt, no heavy soft shell or anything like that, maybe a thin gilet. Not that I've got one, but Julie has. And of course you don't have to carry nearly as much in the way of supplies in Mallorca, because even though there's more climbing and you're probably going to work quite hard, there's a cafe every 15 kilometres. So there isn't really a point. If you get into trouble, you're not too far away from salvation. So, there's a cafe in Kaimari, and then there's a Repsol garage at the top of Sabataya. Well, what's that? 9 kilometres. So, even if you're suffering on the climb, salvation. It's but a mere couple of miles away, a handful of kilometres away. Yeah, so no problem. Oh yeah, this is nice. I was just wondering if I could see the radio masts at Bullbarrow. They must be up there. Yes, I can see them. Yeah, so Bullbarrow is that ridge over there. Right. Vehicle ahead. Let me go, come on. Matte powder. Oh, foot came out. I did tighten that up this morning. Maybe it's the cleat. Definitely putting new cleats on before Mallorca. Probably going to take 2 pairs of shoes. Alright. Yeah, so I've got a sort of white pair of roadie shoes, as you know. Less said about that, the better. Just a moment of weakness, I should never have bought them. That said, they're comfortable and I like them. Yeah, so actually they were a good purchase in the end. Or I thought they were a good purchase in the end anyway. They've worked well. And I've also got my sort of decathlon trainers with SPDs on the bottom. Nice and easy for walking around. Efficient? No, they've got soft soles and that. Nice and easy for walking around. They're more sort of for social riding. Sometimes that's what we'll be doing, social riding. So I should probably take both pairs. Here we go. 4,200 feet so far. Right, I don't think you'll be able to see them. There's the radio mast on top of Bullbarrow. Yeah, too far away. Yeah, chain's wheezing now, isn't it? With a proper clean and a re-wax. Everything's still working fine. In fact, I could probably heat the chain up and just let everything flow back in again, and they'll be fine. You'd be surprised how much actually stays in there on the rollers. Just put it in the oven on a plate for 5 minutes even, just enough to melt the wax and take it out. You'll find it will go stiff and there is still wax in there. But honestly, if I'm going to go to that trouble, I might as well clean it first and just completely re-wax it. Yeah. Right, this is a bit of a stinger, so we will be going into 1-1 and making our way to the top. Nearly there. Oh yeah, this is good. Right, car on the right, I think they turned. Yes they did. They were going far too slow to go straight on, so I assume they were slowing down to turn. Still best to check, obviously. Still an element of guesswork involved, isn't there? Well, something is inevitable now. I'm not going to say too much at the minute, but actually, I'm feeling good about it. The antelope. Go, 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 go. Come on, go, go, go. Better. I'm not going to look. because I don't want to know, but something is inevitable. We are past the point of no return. It wasn't what I planned, but it was sort of just an inkling in the back of my mind. Yeah, get in there, that's it. I know that house. Ah, hedge cutting. Or verge cutting. Let's hope it's verge cutting. Oh no, he's digging out ditches. Nice. That's even better. Yeah. Nice. I have to check the camera battery in a minute, and the microphone. I used to have the elapsed time on the head unit once upon a time. Too many times, but you know what I mean. But I don't now, so I'm sort of guessing a lot of the time. I said time again, there's a lot of time going on here, isn't there? No, I don't want to go that way. You can go that way. I'm going to stick to this way. We're heading for Sturminster Newton, ultimately. And then we're on the trailway. And it's pretty much straight all the way home. Down to Blandford, through to Wimborne. Job done. Yeah. Still not looking at me average speed, I don't care. I do seem to have got a little bit excited. Stop it. No giggling. Yeah, I seem to be pushing on a bit. Not quite sure why I'm doing that. It's possible that because of where I am and I know what's to come, so I'm just confident of getting it done and, you know, just pushing on a little bit. It's also very slightly downhill, most of this. This bit certainly is. So the rollers have been left behind. And of course, once we get to this trailway, apart from a couple of little blips on our way through to Wimborne, it's pretty much flat, if not downhill all the way. And if we're really lucky, we might even have a little bit of wind behind. I mean, who could ask for more? There possibly will be a little bit of main road involved. I think it's going to be inevitable. But it will be limited. There won't be much. Now I could go back Todber, Marnell, Ewan Minster, Witchhampton. That would keep me off the trailway and the gravel, but actually, I am quite happy with the bit of gravel. Nearly at the turning, I'm sure we are. There we go. Sturminster Newton. Yeah. It's a very tiny bit of main road, and actually from here it's downhill, so it's not so bad. Coming up here in the other direction, it's always a little bit stressy actually, because you come out of the traffic lights and you've got cars right up behind you straight away, and it's not really wide enough to get past safely. So it can get a bit stressy. Car back. As you can see, it's quite steep up here as well, so you don't get respite once you get off the main road either. Okay. What we got? Oh, we're good. We are good. Hoorah. I would suggest we're going to be good all the way to the traffic lights, which is perfect. Okay, lights aren't going to change for us. Don't know what's going on there. All directions seem to be stopped. We're going over the bridge. Yeah, there's no future in going that way. I mean, it gets you to where you need to go, but it's main road all the way. Okay, they are coming over the bridge. That was a long wait, wasn't it? That's right, they're stopping. Sometimes you hear vehicles pulling up fast behind the queue behind you and you're thinking, yeah, I know they're not going to hit me, but they could push through, you know what I mean? Most of the traffic will go. Okay, a couple have come round over the bridge. But all the big stuff went straight on. Bounce about inflatables. That's annoying. All of a sudden the uphill traffic got a conscience. It's not how the etiquette's supposed to work. Yeah. No, letting them through. Right, it says no through road, or no entry. I believe bikes can go through here. Cafe there, but we're going to go straight on. Alright, let's have a drink. Before it gets bumpy. This end's been tidied up actually, it's nice and smooth. Road bike, no problem. Alright, thank you. Yeah, this is absolutely fine. Actually, again, before it gets too bumpy, let's do this. There it is. Right. People, dogs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, you. Thank you very much. They always look happy, don't they? Don't know what type of, I don't know what they are. Wherever that dog was, they've always got that sort of bouncy energy and happiness about them. Floppy ears, and almost a smile on their face, haven't they? Oh no, 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 no. Oh, you're kidding me. Right. Can't get through then. No gravel today. Da, 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 da. Well, that's frustrating.
Isn't it? Isn't
Yes.
it? Why don't they tell you at the beginning of the drive?
Exactly, why don't they?
Yeah.
Oh well, never mind. I don't suppose that goes over, does it? No, because the river.
That goes down along
Yeah,
the
okay.
Unless they put a pontoon in down there for you.
No, they'd have said, wouldn't they? Yeah, no worries. Oh well, looks like I'm going around Marnell. See you later. Have a good day. Right. No gravel after all. It was too good to be true, wasn't it? And you'd have thought the bloody dog walkers would have said, oh, the bridge is closed down there, you can't get through. Thank you again. Right, okay. Or should I go up to Shaftesbury? I could go up zigzag, couldn't I? That's a bit excessive. Is that excessive? I might just work that one out actually on the Wahoo, see what the mileage is. Actually, I don't know why I need to bother doing that because I haven't got to be anywhere. That's all right, he's okay.
Wait, good boy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Never going to outrun him, was I? Greyhounds are fast, aren't they? Thank you. Right. Well, literally right, actually. When we get to the end, we'll be turning right, heading out towards Marnell. I think Marnell, is it Todper, is considered the largest village in the country, possibly? Not by population, but I would think by... Thank you.
You're the only to
Actually, I could go out via Gillingham, Longleat. No, let's not do that because that'll turn into a 200-mile day. I certainly wasn't planning on that. Okay. Yeah, this was the station once. Some of these were the original station buildings. Yeah, it's just going to send you back out and at Blandford Gillingham. There we go. Alright, here we go. A few extra miles, but whatever. This has all been developed since I was here last. This is a fast road, but it's not the main road. Hopefully it won't be as busy. Here we go. Cool, that got steep quick. Thought there was a car there. There isn't. Maybe there was. Right, car's back now. Well, that bridge closure definitely going to increase our main road. Yeah, we're good. There we go. So we're back onto something a bit more reasonable now. And we definitely have the options. We're heading up to Child Oakford, so options have been forced upon us, let's say. But I think my favourite will still be to get on the trailway. So yes, this is something a bit more reasonable. However, this is quite a busy road for locals because it is a direct route shaft free from Child Oakford without going on the main road. Da, da, da. No, nothing behind me. It's funny. It must be the wind in the trees. Of course, we've come out and we're heading back in, so we've got a headwind again. Somewhat frustrating. I thought we'd done away with that, but no, it would appear not. When we get to Child Oakford, I shall check the camera battery and the microphone actually. Oh, no, that's all right. Right, a little bit of climbing up into Child Oakford. Not too much. Much rather be going down it, obviously. Quite a big place actually, Child Oakford. Not quite there yet, even though we passed the sign. We've got a way to go. Nothing behind us. Whoops. Hole. Honey for sale. Never a bad thing. Right, up into the centre. Shop at the top. Sells coffee, pastries. It's a good stop actually, but I don't need any of that today. I am sorted. So after a little blip, we are back on it. Shop. And there we go. Mostly downhill from here. A couple of little climbs up the embankment on the trailway. But other than that, that's pretty much the climbing done for the day. Yeah, a couple of rolly ones on the way back into Wimborne from Blandford, but nothing to speak of really. There is a steep one on the trailway. That should be all right on the road bike. It's usually traction that's the issue, it has to be said. So it might be seated very gently in 1-1 so as not to spin out. Wheel spin, that is. Still into the wind. Fortunately it's downhill, so not so bad. Okay, interesting. And here we are. Yeah, some quite sharp scalpings up through here. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. There's a new cafe up here actually that we've never been to. I don't think today is the day for that. Rather just carry on and get it done. Don't think the station cafe is on summertime yet. No, they're not, it's still closed. So in the winter they always used to be open at the weekends and on a Wednesday. And then if they've got the volunteers for it, open all week. That's all right, thank you. I never know whether to ring the bell or not. I don't mean to make people jump. And that's what you're supposed to do. I'm not always sure it's the right thing every time. Anyway. Yeah, so they're not on summertime yet. It was definitely shut, wasn't it? Today being a Thursday. Right, so the bumpiest bit of the trailway is the next bit. So we'll get through here, up over the top. We won't go to the Black Cat Cafe just yet. We'll go there on another ride. Woo. Yeah, this got relayed about 5 years ago. Yeah, it is bumpy again. Won't take long, does it, for the top smooth stuff to get pushed down through or washed off, worn away. But it is solid, whereas before it was quite mucky, muddy in places. But still an improvement. Yeah, still an improvement. Woo! Julie and I rode along here on the road bikes a couple of weeks ago. It was very, very nice, has to be said. And it wasn't too difficult. Dewey's had a bad shoulder for a while, and I was worried that the bumps would aggravate it, but actually that seems to be clearing itself up gradually. There she is. I don't know. Let's just say there's some traits I'm seeing that need to stop. Yeah, she's quite negative at the moment. There's a lot going on. I don't think that's a problem immediately. It's stressful. It's got a bit of anxiety going on, and not in the oh my mental health kind of way. It is a stressful time at the minute, and she is, well, hopefully once everything's sorted and a bit more as it should be, or resolved one way or the other, it doesn't matter how it's resolved, and then she'll shake it off. I mean, she really does have to shake it off, not for my sake, but for her own sake. You know, she's a smiley, happy person generally. It would be sad to lose that over things that are out of her control. Right, look ahead. Will the skinny, no-tread road tyres get us to the top? Ooh. Of course, I'm riding up here and I'm thinking, God, that looks about 5 inches deep. Obviously it isn't. No, we're going to do it. That feels solid, actually. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we are good. Really pleased with that. Morning, sir. Morning. That's if it even is morning. I have no idea. Just about, I would say. Right, Black Cat Cafe is there behind us. I'm going this way. Let's get this done. Oh yeah, look at that. 11:43. That's all right, isn't it? Gonna get home at a reasonable time. Have a look at the microphone. Yeah, light's still blue. So now I'm just waiting for the camera battery to run out. Woo-wee. Morning. Thank you. Well, I don't know about road bikes, but endurance road bikes on the gravel, no problem. 30mm tyres, 50 in the front, about 56 in the back. As long as you look at where you're going, seems to be just fine. Are the hits a little bit harder? Yes, they are. Yeah. But only a little bit. You still feel them on the gravel bike. Yeah. Right, Tapering, the original home of the Dorset Steam Rally. Dogs must be kept on a lead because sometimes there are sheep in this little paddock. There we go. Not to slam too hard, do they? Yep, foot's in. This is mostly smooth, very hard packed, fine scalpings up through here, so not too bumpy at all. This bit's tarmac. Have I told you just how amazing this bike is? Merida Sculptura Endurance. It has been just the perfect companion on pretty much every ride I've ever done on it. Yeah, when I first got it, it was a bit of a boat. 42 centimetre wide bars and slow tyres. Maxis, can't remember, anyway. But once I put my wheels and tyres and my handlebars on it, it just became a completely different animal. I bought the 4000, which is the sort of 105 mechanical, or was at the time. Took it to Mallorca pretty much straight after I got it. I had changed the wheels and bars at that point. Everything else was pretty standard. And I just knew I was riding it and it was fantastic. Just fantastic in every way. Was I excited about it because it was my new bike? Maybe. But you know what? I still have that feeling today. It just feels wonderful. I can't actually find the word to tell you how it feels, but I'm always excited to ride it. The Giant Revolt is the perfect tool for the job, but it doesn't give me the same sort of excitement, anticipation as riding this bike does. Obviously, I don't know how this relationship between me and this bike will end. Everything comes to an end, we know this. History only moves forwards. Everything only moves forwards. But right now, as far as cycling goes, my retirement, yeah, this bike is just the best thing ever. Looks like they've had some rain recently. If something happened to it, would I buy another one? Do you know what? I think I probably would. Yeah, I think I probably would. I think I'm long enough in the tooth now that I know if I had to buy a new bike tomorrow, an aero bike or the Reacto, something a bit faster and aggressive, would probably be a mistake at my age. It could ruin cycling for me. So yeah, I think I would get another one of these. It would be between this and a Giant Defy. But honestly, not even close. They were the two bikes I wanted to get when I got this. Either a Giant Defy or, well, actually this one was never in the picture. I didn't really know much about it. I just happened to walk into Primera one day and there it was. They did a deal on it for me. They spoke to Merida. It wasn't a deal that, you know, it was just for me. I think anybody could have had the deal, but they spoke to Merida. They got me a deal on it, and here I am. I said yes, and my goodness, am I glad I did. And here we are, Blandford. That didn't take long at all, did it? Even with a little detour. Station Court. This too was the train station once upon a time. Still some rails in the road here. There we go. Right, camera battery's red, so we'll do a swap. Oh yeah, I was going to change the camera battery, wasn't I? Right, this will do. We'll get off the road here, swap the battery over. And do what? Right, 5,000 feet of climbing. That's not bad, is it? We've done all right. We might get to 6,000 by the time we get back. Yeah, fewer big climbs. Like we skipped Ball Barrow, didn't we? But a few more rolly ones. Short, sharp ones. There we go. Bumps. Well, we're rolling along, and it's funny that my mind's just gone back to where we started this morning. Rain, yeah, dark, misty, raining. Feels like it's like, that was like years ago. Don't push me in the puddle. Yeah, he couldn't give a shit, could he? Anyway, didn't even think about it, I wouldn't have thought. That's the thing, there's not much awareness on the roads these days always. Yeah, so it was rain and horrible, wasn't it? Look at it now. Yeah, all of a sudden very pleasant. I never did take off my neck buff and my gloves. I've actually been quite comfortable. Yeah, it was all right in the end. Sort of fulfilled the criteria, haven't we? Sort of calm, steady, consistent. Getting a bit ragged now, it has to be said. I seem to be speeding up a bit and getting out of the saddle a bit more often, but I'm okay with that. Nearly back. Behind me. We are 5 hours and 21 minutes into the ride. And that's not moving time, that's ride time. Only the head unit has auto pause. My watch, which has been running as an indoor cycle, so there's no GPS to drain the battery, has been running for 5 hours 22 minutes. No auto pause, so that's continuous. I left with 200 grams of flapjack and a 650, I think that's a 650 bottle, might be a 750 actually, which I refilled at Dorchester, and I still have 3 pieces of flapjack left, so that's about 60 grams remaining, because I had 10. Yeah, 2 bags of 5. So I will almost certainly be delving into that in a minute. No need to take any of that home with me, is there? Don't need to do that. I'm about halfway through my second bottle. It has got some Vidrate electrolyte powder in it, because I didn't put salt in the flapjack. So definitely needed electrolytes in the water. And yeah, it was easier just to stuff a Vidrate sachet in my pocket, add it in at the water fountain. I don't like the artificial drinks, I must admit. These do not taste nice. However, it has electrolytes in it, so I shall ignore the taste, which is pretty horrible. Yeah. And just understand that The electrolytes are doing me good. Let's hope. Legs are good. Heart rate's still under control, really. Just done an uphill and another uphill here. Heart rate is 135. I'm not overdoing it, I don't think. So I'm actually very pleased with how today's gone. Bike's been epic, always is, on every surface. I've been okay. I've, you know, played my part. I've kept the pedals going. Not too smashy. Fast on the downhill sometimes. Yeah, quietly consistent on the uphills, which is exactly what I was looking to do. And we'll see how I feel tomorrow, I guess. But actually, I feel pretty good. I went for a 3-mile run last night, so my quads are a little bit tight, but not tight in the cycling sense. It's funny, isn't it, how the muscles feel different for the different types of exercise. So when I'm running, the top of my quads near my hips tend to get tight. I think I'm just not used to it yet. I mean, I've probably run once a month for the last 3 months. But when I'm on the bike, if there is any pain, well, pain, I mean, any effort pain, you know, burning from effort, it tends to be a bit further down towards the knee, a bit more on the sort of top of the thighs, nearer the knee. So yeah, different types of burn for the different exercises. Knees feel fine. I had that sort of stiff knee problem, didn't I, a couple of weekends ago. Maybe if I tried to ride tomorrow, I would again. But actually today, yeah, fine. Nothing. Absolutely fine. Obviously, I haven't got off the bike and done much walking. I certainly haven't had to negotiate stairs. I'm definitely going to have to negotiate stairs when I get back to go and have a shower. We'll see if things change. Alright, 5,200 feet of climbing now. And that sun is fantastic. So warm now. E-bikers. It is very much a cycling road. Oh, hello. I don't know, I'm sort of pushing my luck here. Morning. Afternoon. Afternoon. Yeah, that was definitely 99% of the time it's fine because there's no traffic on this road. But honestly, it's great to see all these people out on their e-bikes. It really is. Right, nearly at White Mill. That's the last little stretch into Wimborne. Then we're on the road back into Bournemouth. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. Always got to miss the bumps there if you can. This corner is always a bit iffy. Treat it with respect. If it's not mud, it's grit. And there's a few potholes in there as well. Uneven surface. Afternoon. Hiya. Oh, blimey. He had half an hour's good reading across those bars there, didn't he? So I guess when you've got an e-bike, yeah, aerodynamics don't really matter. Right, we are nearly there. I might put an extra effort in because I know I'm going to make it home. Was I too cautious on the rest of the ride? No. I'm breaking the rules. It was supposed to be a consistent, wasn't it? Quiet, consistent, calm, constant. And I've turned it into a bloody 10-mile TT on the way back from Blangford. No discipline. I suppose I've always had that leave nothing out there mentality with everything I've always done. I suppose if nothing else, it adds to durability. Oh well, I'm enjoying it, so what the heck. Right, more decisions coming up. Which way am I going back into town? I probably won't go along the beach actually. What are we on? Still on 5,200 feet of climbing. This road is pretty flat. It's only added 40 feet. Oh my God. Right, passing on your right. All right. You never know what's going to happen, do you? Julie and I ride in very close formation. We're both comfortable with each other. Other people don't like it, do they? You get within 3 feet of them. Yeah, they're like hitting the brakes and trying to get out of the way. It's like, you know. Goes back to that thing of people you're comfortable riding with when you're on their wheel. Can you trust them to just keep pedaling and not suddenly just freewheel without notice? Yes. Hit a hole, pay attention. Okay, let's calm it down. Into town now. Yep. There we go. Now, of course, Wimborne, another cafe possibility, but I'm not going to. Microphone light is red, so I need to do something about that. Go on. So we should be good all the way back in to Bournemouth now. Depends on how much space there is on the camera card. It told me there was 7 hours of free space. Now, once it's done its sort of rendering and what have you, that may vary a bit, so we'll see. Of course, these DJIs do have a secret weapon. They do have a small amount of internal storage. I like to think of it as get you out of trouble storage. So I think between the card and the get us out of trouble storage will be good. I don't have any more camera batteries, but honestly, I don't think that'll be a problem. Oh, fish and chips. I do have fish at home, I could make my own. And that would get cooked in the air fryer. Yeah, I can make some breadcrumb. I've got breadcrumb. Make a batter. Flavour it, cover it in breadcrumb, put it in the air fryer. Shall I do that? Oh my God, I'm thinking of food. 90 miles in and I'm thinking of food. All that wonderful cycling, and now we're into town, and look at the state of it. Oh, honestly. Oh well, I could have gone along the pavement, I suppose. Da, 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 da. Do you know what? I might even have a coffee when I get back. I don't usually have coffee in the afternoon. Unusual for me. We'll see. I have burnt 4,400 calories on this ride so far, plus whatever I started the day on. We're on 5,300 feet of upness. And actually, I am feeling pretty good. Nothing behind me because of the lights. So as soon as I get my chance, Passing on your left. Thank you, sir. Well, he was waving around a little bit, wasn't he? Always had the grass to go over, I suppose. No, I didn't there, did I? Okay. Whee! Still a bit of mud under the tree there. How are we doing? Do cut the corner, so you've got to be careful there. Now I will get home while Julie's out. Which is good. It's a good thing. You know? It means I can chill out, have a cup of tea, maybe a coffee, we'll see, and just sit for a moment and relax. Julie doesn't stop me from doing any of those things, but I'm sure there'd be stuff she'd want to talk about. You know? Oh, getting lucky here. That's 3 times in a row. It's been clear. Right, back into town. Gonna have to get back on the road. I'm gonna do it now. There's nothing there. Okay, so right knee is now feeling a bit stiff. Let's give it something to think about. Yeah, then hopefully it will shut up. Honestly, this bike is something else. It just wants to go. Okay. Come on, BMW. Honestly. Why can people never see? They don't think ahead, do they? Look ahead, plan. I know. He didn't react as I wanted him to make my life easy. That's not the point. That is not the point. Right, there is a queue. Thank you for that. That's all right. Could he not have just waited until his exit was clear? No, he's in a hurry. It's only a bike. Again, people don't look and think ahead, do they? But on the plus side, there's nobody behind me. Ha. Ah, yeah, right. So I'm not going up to Bear Cross. Okay, up past Pelham's. Now, okay, I know I've always said I'm not necessarily a go round the block kind of guy, and I'm really not, but I might, on this occasion, might choose the scenic route to get home. Woohoo! Well, the knee's cleared. It's incredible, isn't it? 95 miles in, and the worst I've got, oh okay, I'll go around. There's a tiny bit of neck ache, not ache, stiffness. Heart rate's still under control though. 133. I think that's pretty good after 95 miles. (4,600 feet of climbing. Actually, I've just relaxed my shoulder. It's okay. It was just me getting tense. So, 5,400 feet of climbing now. So you know what? We might get to 6,000. I don't think so. One thing I do know we're going to do is get to 100 miles. Because even if everything fell off like a clown car, I'd pick the bloody thing up and walk. Bloody hell. I should have gone the other way. Uphill and a headwind. I've not made it easy for myself. Right, 96 miles. Oh shit. Okay, little burst, did the job. $96.4. Okay. A little bit more off-road, why not? Right. Look out for the old fence post that's been capped off. There it is. What we got? Nobody here. There's somebody ahead. So I'm going to come around that way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello there. Let's not go on the tarmac. Roots. Roots. Of course, I can just crash through them on the Giant 45mm tyres. A little bit more cautious on this one. Woo-wee. He's all right. You're doing all right, and your old boy. Hey, slippy slidey. Yep, we are good. Hello there. That's all right, I'll take care. Don't worry. Thank you. Oh, here we are. I won't jump down there actually. I would on the Giant, I always do, but yeah, maybe not. Right, let's see what we got. 97.5. It is not 2.5 miles from here, I'm afraid. So, we are going to take in even more scenery. I mean, I say that. It's not at all scenic. It's just not direct. There we go. Yep. Oh, it's raining. I don't believe it. Is it raining? I'm sure I felt some rain on my face. Right, here we go. So this is my home patch back in Winton. You know what? Bloody people in their cars. Hopefully this light will be changed by the time I get there. Yes. This is good. Still not officially going around the block. I haven't done a full circle as such. .98.2. And I think it's down to Charminster, down the hill, along Green Road. That should be plenty, shouldn't it? Well, I don't know why I'm saying shouldn't it, because probably none of you know how far that is, but in my mind, that will work. I think if I cut through the wreck, it'll just cut a little bit too much off the corner. I know it's 1/4 of a mile. From the junction of Green Road to my house. Incoming? No. Got to be really careful on that one. And of course, as we know, Strava rounds down. So it's got to be 101.1. No, 100.1 will do. I've never known it round down more than 0.1. Sorry, I bumped you on the head there, didn't I? Never mind. Because of course speed bumps really do slow cars down. They don't really slow bikes down, do they? Brake light out. At least it's not going my way. Right, nothing coming. Perfect. 98.8. look out. Still can't turn for home. I sort of am now as I go past this pub, officially going around the block. That said, it won't make a loop, it'll just make like a little hockey stick. You going or what? Oh, they were turning right. $99.5. Yeah, I'm still not going to close any kind of loop. $99.7. It is now inevitable. Yeah, let me go. You are, well done, thank you. $99.9. There it is, 100. So that is 5,600 feet of climbing, 100.2 miles, maybe 0.3 by the time I get there. And if you made it in this far into the video, well, jolly well done. And remember, Forge Garage, servicing, MOT, repairs, give them a call, and come and join me on the next one.